Okay. Well, I'm back at long last. Because of, disease and pestilence, they have barred my way for too long. So now I have returned to the people. I should probably go and make sure that I'm live across the board. Actually, hold on. Give me just a second. Okay, looks like we're good. We're live on the Twitch side. We're live on the YouTube side. Okay. And I think we've got everything. But yeah, as you can see, today is the 13th of... What? I was about to say, I did that ages ago. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I mean, I can't not, right? Just a little poll. Just a little poll. We've got plenty for the Arknights collab, and if we don't, then we'll just invoke the power of credit card. But we're only gonna do 1 10 pull, and then we're just gonna get right into it. Oh. Darkness imprisoning me? All that I see, absolute horror. Ah, well. Oh well, oh well. But yes, we will get right back into it. But I have been... Okay, I have made a full and... a full recovery, I think. But we are now going to go and do the Hierarch things, because we got the reward exchange. I did buy this. I was doing my mirror dungeon, so I at least do know like what the boss is probably going to be for this one. As you can see, is that if I were not honest about having acquired, but first let me have a little sip of water. At Dongyuan, the Heisho House's assembly. Oh look, and I think there's Jichun, and there's that one lady whose name escapes me, but I don't like her because she's evil and a sycophant. Yeah. The hall was chilled with a tense air. Ow. And those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Ka Hyun Chun, with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. And at the center of it all sat Ka Chi Chun, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone. Ka Hyun Chun, seated next to the Hierarch seat upon which Chi Chun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and... She nods lightly, acknowledging our awkward presence. And little Jichun's guests, whose stay here at our H-Corp seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Is she technically from Q-Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H-Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous. Especially with Ka Chi Chun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we are all aware, venerable former Kamu has always discussed with... Hi, Len! How's it going? Glad to see you could stop on by. I hope things are going well. Oh gosh, where was I? Kamu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentousness of which steered the very course of H-Corp's prospects. After I departed the family for Q-Corp, venerable former Kamu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. I'm glad to hear that, because being sick sucks. Just make sure you're drinking plenty of water and eating things that have protein in them, like meats and legumes. And apparently a lot of things, actually. Like breads. I like bread. Actually, I ended up making, what was it? Well, I made some flatbread earlier today out of some spare pizza dough because I was like, well, I'd better do something with this. Except I almost torched the darn thing, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, anyway. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the venerable Kamu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H-Corp. God, I hate her. What a grandiose and grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she was considering herself to be the main character of this scene. Or something. Your grace certainly befits your station, Lady Honchun. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongyuan, despite your already saturated schedule. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Honchun. My parents, a true shame they couldn't be here, have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Honchun. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only obsequious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Hongyuan. Their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family Hierarch War. Very well, then shall we? Welcome Ka Chi-chun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hongyuan's family Hierarch. Greetings, Hyun. Alright, now let us begin. Wow, what a bin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H-Corp. Ka Chi-chun's expression immediately sours as Yuan-chun unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Oh, hold on, big sister Yuan-chun. Passing the distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days. And the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Ka Chi-chun stutters a little, flustered, before continuing. My point is these policies are going to rattle H-Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H-Corp. If I may, venerable Hierarch, lining the pockets? That's quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect the society might repay to its highest contributing members. Don't you think? I swear we should push you down the stairs. Don't worry, your nose will break the fall. Well, before we continue, Chi-chun, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family Hierarch, the perceived value of Hongyuan has been racing toward the, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hongyuan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family Hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hongyuan once again. Yeah, okay, and that's that's the family Hierarch's job, right? Why are you, if you had perused H-Corp's Articles of Association, you should know that should H-Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that has led to my ascension to the family Hierarch was legitimate down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we have built up assiduously through years upon years of toil. So what is this if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Kai Yuan-chun was somehow turning the room against Ji-chun without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly tanking H-Corp's value. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any families present, stepped up to point out how Ka-chi-chun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hung Yuan's front yard, or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Dongquan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension, despite her relative inexperience, but... Everyone in Hung Yuan's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow, inconceivably, slipped their minds. So you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, Ji-chun? Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Hung Yuan's singularity-related businesses, your calculations on next year's fiscal debt forecasts, and the exact recipe and variation numbers of the boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. The Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are still indexing all available materials, too. Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hung Yuan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hung Yuan's historical statistics. Kai Yuan-chun must have known all along, too. He must have known how the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Jianhuang worm or something of the equivalent. And she's using it to target Ji-chun's weakness, knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarch without the Yamana worm, couldn't possibly answer. Responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Kamu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call the vote a motion of no confidence. A motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So they're going after Ji-chun's power. So this is the picture Kai Yuan-chun wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H-Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're going on about, seems to me they've got not an ounce of respect for the lass or us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. My ass would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this ass. H-Corp to the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion. Certain parts of the family hierarch's powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. So they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. Some needlessly convoluted way to... The assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Ka-chi-chun to the floor? Hold on, the vote of no confidence is an item you can invoke so lightly. The Shi family has no objections. Oh, well, I say we push him down the stairs, too. I'd say the Wang family has no objections either. Gui family, too. The rest of the previous family heads seem to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power were more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Kai Yuan-chun's good graces. New faces, same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. 'Tis far too vexing to simply watch and do not. Right? Here, you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking all over Ji-chun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. It seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. Time I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well. I'm in agreement. Yeah, and let's go on 3 at the same time. There are no objections. 1, 2. The Assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month, and 3. Yeah, objection! Oi, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment. Alone. Eh? Don Quixote, still firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly mine efforts have finally borne fruit. Wait, what the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No, wait, no! What happened there, Don Quixote? We were going to... What happened to objecting together? Oh? I had taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze and the Department of LCC. Disputes in succession of power on such high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Wouldst thou not agree? Why are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy meek boy? Well, that's... I guess I just assume that this is how Limbus Company rolls now. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Ji-chun's guests. Withdraw your objection, and we will consider this a momentary loss of control, and not enter it as an official statement. It was... Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Ji-chun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarch? Hi. His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. Can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone when we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarch evaluation, Cobble donated the coins he received from to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension, Chu and those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there ever been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? But have we not all been witnesses to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarch evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame snaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Ka Huan-chun's merciless dismantling of Ka Chi-chun. Yet I see the point. A hierarch with her grace needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. You have said it yourself, no? That the vote on the no-confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well. A fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family hierarch's Heisho packs and the Jianlang guards. So you would remove her Pao and Chu before the game even begins. Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts, if such is the case? What audacity. Do you truly have that much faith in Ka Chi-chun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It would be a unanimous one-sided end to the vote of confidence, and naturally any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. That is fine by us. You are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Fortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence from the other sinners, a clear, carefree, yet defiant voice rings out. Honglu's retort. That's not true at all, Big Sister Yuanchun. We actually have just as much confidence in Ji-chun as she does. His wide eyes stared directly and unblinkingly into Ka Yuanchun's. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Child, how dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have but 1 month to prove before all in audience that she is indeed fit to be family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the traitors are facing. Wouldn't you agree? Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Wait, hi, I'm... Jigong turns towards us with that same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. You may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time too far brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take. Not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Dong Quan's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as the family hierarch to the board of directors? It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of the 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Chi-chun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Jigong gestured confidently toward the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. Amazing. God, what a snake. Oh. 12 teachers, and they're all... only 12. We were planning to train Chi-chun anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said the LCP was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Chi-chun. Big Sister Yuan-chun's an old snake. Just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. But, Chi-chun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do. Now. But now? Now. Things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right. I pretty much lucked into this position. Chi-chun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes, and I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interaction. The heck, Chi-chun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend not to know who we were, didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So, Chi-chun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? I let it happen. Big Sister Yuan Chun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on her influence were true? Yeah, it's true. Before she left for Q Corp, Big Sister Yuan Chun used to always accompany Kamu to these assemblies. If we just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power, and who knows, they might even call for a reevaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yuan Chun, I think her definition of Hung Yuan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H Corp's prosperity, it's Dong Yuan Huan's. Dong Yuan's, whatever. And all I know is that it has something to do with its ties to Q Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while, just under my radar. I'm sure they already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hung Yuan's future, right? That's why you spoke up against her. My vision for Hung Yuan is, I want to change H Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this, and in only 30 days? Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great, great. So, it's decided then, huh? We just need Fao to deliver the bad news to Saud. So, to summarize, the responsibility of training Ji-Chun to win these matches, I mean these amorphous tests upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Ka Huan-chun's control, by the way, and is probably a trap within the next 30 days, is ours. And we have to explain that to Saud. Oh wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Postmortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later. Prithee, thou must impress upon the illustrious red gaze that 'twasn't mine idea this time. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea toward Saud. Yes, and I understand that as well for the 8th time. As always, Saud was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great! And let's give it our best, Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I shouldn't have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree, we messed everything up again, and wait. What? What? Limbus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Ka Chi-chun acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarch. It was always a part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad that I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCP's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the J-Corp incident had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he led Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's why they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but putty in Yuan Chun's hands. And that would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of the family hierarch. Against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one. Challenge her head on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in Dongquan? This is also a prime opportunity for Ka Chi-chun to further solidify her influence here. Depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence, they have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? That's right, Greg, we're not. No, we are not, because you will not fail. Not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to teach Kachi-chun? All 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. By the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Autis, that is a statement mired in narrowed vision, rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So you must be the one who placed last in that scale. Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. Oh, my poor boy. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits, from the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anything can be a teacher. I, also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? I am preparing a lesson plan for young Chi-chun, our family hierarch. Wow, you sure got that on fast. So what are those yellow wormy things here? Ah, 'tis a star! Twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. This lesson plan's execution will require cooperation from T-Corp. Ah! The mistake was fatal indeed. I shall correct it post-haste. Qigong was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Qigong's grimace? Of course. Each to their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Qigong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand that it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. Well, now what? Not that I think it's gonna take another hour to get to a fight, but I guess I'd have like 3 hours at this point. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Qigong's. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Qigong's request. Ah! Oh my gosh, she's got a little bunny pin! Amazing. I have received a total of 12 lesson plans. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Yeah. I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because... So who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned and looked at one of the sinners. What? It ain't me. Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... It's me. You sing? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, in Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers? I'm done. Sorry, I got too into making a lesson plan and just couldn't stop myself from writing. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed that big bundle of sweat-soaked papers in Zilu's hands. And she receives it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to the Aesthetes AAA. What does AAA mean? And how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. Went too far. Ah, right, sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper is partially melted. Ah, lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. Painting. Huh? Zelu? And entrails coating the world. Now you know how aesthetes appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together! Zelu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite the shock. Ah. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Thus, it goes into the discard pile. Weak sauce. Zelu crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeved fashion and practices. Chapter 3. Protecting confidence and why having a bug arm is totally cool! That's, you know how it is. Be proud of who you are, all that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift where we can all come to see our flaws not as failings, but as evidence of our individuality. Which will usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard, next. Zelu quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to Denigrative Linguistics, subheading The Power of Words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments and criticism, and vice versa. All this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded, from my hitherto observations, that Kachi-chun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? Zelu seemed quite interested, but Kachi-chun's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. Unjustice, another impressive title. Subheading Methodologies of Captivating an Entire Room of Preoccupied Audience. Discard. Why on me? Wherefore? Next. Praxis of ego splitting concerning intermirror conflict between the self and the reflective and paradoxic fractured theory of idealism in which one attempts to open an unopening door to open the door. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Ryoshu's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Survival and Exploration, 21 Reasons to Pay Attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Ah, wait! I forgot to take that part out! And into the shredder it went! When did that paper shredder get here? The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or 2 in your mouth, especially useful when getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you could do that with nuts too. Ah, so it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What? No, you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow through you. How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause, and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Donghyun people who hated him. I see. Well, this is... I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. This lesson plan was designed based on Rodion's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family hierarch. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack Shite. Oh, hold on. Jack Shite. Sod off and grab your weapons. Yeah, always gotta read the full print. It's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarch's qualities. But our focus is not on developing a hierarch of a syndicate. Next. Information disparity as a driver of inequitable treatment. Oh, that's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution and rational self-interest driven societies, guess I'll stuff. And is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. After she had gone through the majority of our lesson plans. Finally. Now that that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Sinclair sighed with the gravitas of someone who's just been bestowed with the utmost important mission in his life. Thinking back, even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on, you had me for a second there, but what's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Of course, I've prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it he's not even listening to what Ji-chun's saying. Following that, your company's... Seems that Zilu has completed her review. Oh, I see! How's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? Our curriculum was most especial! Okay, so that's a no. That was Saad's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands! Well, it wasn't a complete bust, at least. Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Miss Shigong, Miss Saud, I've prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Jigong and Saud weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Jigong especially was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Kachi-chun's teachers. Or should I call you pupil Sinclair to be exact? This has got to be a mistake, right? Isn't Chichun the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Ah, now this looks like a proper classroom. Oh, whoops, sorry, that was Rodio. Oh, no, this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty with just Chichun sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sink's the resident expert on going to schools. Right? School is a luxury for me, you know. Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings to just anyone. Don't forget we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyperfixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours, at least. And... I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, Yisak. I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? That we were going to get this together? The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady. You found yourself a desk mate, which some also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. Alright. Desk mate, bestie. What the heck does any of that mean? Huh? Chichun's eyes widened with confusion as though she just heard those words for the first time in her life. When I first met her, she was 16. She explained it to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course for children of Hungyuan who are raised for the purpose of becoming their next family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So, desk mates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with the other sinners as his teachers. Usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another. If one forgot to do theirs, they usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. So not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. It may come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember it like it was yesterday. Chichun would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I haven't a clue as to how or where she even heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... wait! Don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up! 30 days! They're ticking down! We've only got 30 days! Of course. Unfortunately, I have become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning task to you two, Zilu and Miss Saud. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Whacker. What was that? I said nothing. Ah! Ah! Wow! Alright. 30 days of classes for the low, low price of free! Hold on, I gotta crack my... Zilu and Saud appeared to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sallow. Finally. After referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. Miss Zilu. Apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be... Much easier. Still, thanks to Mr. Kachi's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days, as promised, is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 super-categories. And they are called... Ta-da! What are these supposed to be? Ji, Yong, and Ren. Ji, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Yong, courage. The ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. Aha! So how far were you allowed to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Ren, humanity is the benevolence of the heart. A compass of behavior that dictates respect toward every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all 3 of your criteria. So how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Shigong are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of... paperwork. Right? Ah, right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Wei! Despite her protestations, the 30 days of classes commenced. Ta-da! Amazing! Class schedule combos! Apparently we only have Yishang. Tip top. Bird. I see. Interesting. Only level 50. We'll have to deal with that fatal resistance. But what about my Sinclair? Well, we don't really mind about him. Alright, let's begin the mandatory class then. Yeah, we'll just get this rolling. My name is Yisang, that is all. The class I have prepared for the day. I've heard plenty about your mirror tech. It makes me wonder, knowing with the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed. You show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has in the past almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risks sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people, after all. Correct again. Yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering for my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows and my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? Well, you see, is that first, myself, he came to me in the mirror and said, "Listen, Yishang, you have to stop taking your pills. And then you need to run." I conversed. With who? With myself. That lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, the latent strength, and the world. Yet even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. Ah, it's Spice Brush! I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. Wow. My Sinclair is growing in size and strength. Now, if you are prepared to explain what you see in the mirror, you needn't haste. For some reason, Jichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Suzanne of the G family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. Whatever kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. Wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot, and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. Glad I didn't go away. You are right. Only you still had the Hu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that, remember? We don't have to talk about it. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I just found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway. And the family Hierarch war was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame. But it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless. Nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I see... Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I've had hidden away for a long time. Hooray! Yeah, you do it, Yi-sang. Oh no, morale go down. I had a very precious time learning to convince with my inner self. Now Yi-sang's an expert. Oh, and her slash resistance is... well, I mean, her resistance is increased at least, but... New upgrade... Okay. Interesting. Alright. And I guess we're gonna see what the combo is. We should check on Sinclair. Don't worry, our little chicken is doing good. You know what, fine, whatever. If it's gonna keep... If it's... It is true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Claire and Jichun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well. Which is understandable, given that Cao told them some time before the lesson started. Some time ago. Otis, who'd been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Sao. So what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. How she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. Why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixers often appear when history is in the making? Let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixers whose honored names were engraved in history. Ah, verily, let us commence this lesson with the tale of fixer Huefe. This tale beginneth in the year. A few moments later. Are you done? Just how could she continue to talk in such length? He's been going for ages. Mm-hmm. Thus come a time to test thy dedication to this class and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. Where'd you even find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention in class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? Aha, but of course I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer I shall bestow upon thee from the very treasure chest of mine these precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for there is a bonus reward for the victor who by the end of this match carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in this theatrical play of my making, Fixer Chronicles UFA. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm still not... It's not doing anything for either of us. It's still a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What, scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? I'll have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Ji-chun. Oh, then let me tell you what I was trained in the mastery of. At least 10 different disciplines every single day, and one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Miss Kachi-chun's finally getting a feel for how friendships close in age or forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you just can't learn from teachers. I tick-tocked in response. 'Tis year 505. What is the historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer UFA is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart to thee a major clue. If thou hadst paid attention as I discoursed upon the 5 pillages in which the Fixer UFA was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven, who attained a triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, hath said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career. I've got it. It's when she had to forge onward despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Damn it, I was too slow. Hi, young Ji-chun, thou art incorrect. Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious as the supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. What thou hast suggested, young Ji-chun, was her 17th most difficult ordeal. She's speaking like she was actually there. Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales, but most of these tales I have learned from books. How much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such an audience, enough to study the way of minstrels? There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. Yeah! I was completely absorbed in the exhilarating tales of fixers. I even forgot to breathe at one point. Look, she's doing her tokusatsu poses. She's the best. Perfect, now everyone's in tip-top brow. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case of the Fae Force? Speak its name in full. I've got it. It's Summer Night Fantasia. I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of his super ultimate move. Hardly one could internalize the true noble spirit of Fixers by simply reciting it with such apathy. Thou must recreate the exact pose and the enunciation. Are you kidding me? When you could do this, Kachi-chun, you could do this. This is nothing. Illusions of a midsummer night shall devour the whole summer night fantasia. Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the world illusions, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage. Thus I bestow upon thee this badge. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder, and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante lights left side. Gotcha. Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Kachi-chun's 2-person play, silently wiped her tears away. Bravo! Bravo! Certain minor details were missed, such as that the UFA, the fixer, was left-handed and that he had a habit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket before every duel, but it was a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the memory of UFA, the fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. It was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixers. Uh-oh. Clutched tightly in Chichun's hands were the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her. Yeah! Yeah, more exciting tales of fixers. And then Yisung was there. Meow. 60 max HP. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Did we get a combo? What a combo. But how do combo? No combo. Okay. I see. I understand. It's gonna be Vixen match. It all makes sense. Actually, well then in that case I should probably save Don Quixote. Yeah, that's better. That will get them back up to full. Boom! This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. You look kinda upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. Shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles, though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Oh no! Based on the skills I learned, I managed to recreate the model of a machine from Faust's blueprint. What happened to my poor girl? So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I could do much against the reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that iniquitous thing. The day when Hongyuan can be a place where people can live without fear, without the fear of the encroaching reconstruction days, without obsessively recounting their rooms to see if they'll fall tomorrow or not. Till Hongyuan can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Faust. Bang! The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There's supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? And then Yisung was there. I had a very precious time conversing with my inner self. Combo! Oh, I see. And then we got the Fixer Association Encyclopedia for Dummies. Yeah! My War Tales. Alright, so then we got G and Rang, and then stat gain over there. Well then, let's put in, Okay, so who's got the highest right now? I mean, I could put in Faust and Don Quixote. Or if I'm using the... Yeah, I think we'll go with the two experts, at least, so that we have more stuff. Unlike some other classes, which were more on the upbeat side of things. The room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Chichun here failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire, too. So my class is going to be about what exactly happens when a war... Oh! A piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling, as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. And why's it got up? Excuse me, Miss Zilu, is that okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Well, when am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war to a wing chief executive officer's face, huh? Moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm gonna listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Still, though, I can't dilly-dally when Miss Jichun's got other stuff to deal with, huh? Let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation of my own! Yay! That was 26. That's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times. Everyone tried to draw each other out into an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G-Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Dagyuan could make a pretty good use of Hungyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho know and use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside Dagyuan. Remember the thumb fellas? The ones we met who were going in circles? Not to mention how the Heisho all utilize the topography of Hungyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hungyuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are still standing, Hungyuan is unassailable. Now, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Not having war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness it, but go through all that. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city, its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking restlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Ah, boy. Sorry, fellas. I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened, but I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No, everything you told me was really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hungyuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Oh, wait for me! Even after the two students had left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack. And then Yiseng was here. Yeah, and then there was Dawn. I enjoy this minigame. Gong Bolus. What is that? Oh, I see. On Clash Lose, gain defense. How nice. Alright, let's take a look at the combos. Did I get any new combos? No. Then let's try... Oh, whoops. Maybe those two? I don't actually know what morale really does for us, but we'll try this. How are classes going, Chichun? Dayu! Not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. Oh, she was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the venerable Hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Bao Chai? You sure it's okay for a Zhu family bodyguard to be here? I am no longer employed as Miss Bao Chai's guard. Wait, don't tell me we got you Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Bao Chai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so you could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on, you spent most of your time stuck in Yi Hongyuan before leaving Hongyuan. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Ji-chun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Ji-chun and Sinclair is, in clear, neat handwriting, Honglu wrote surviving Hongyuan on the chalkboard. Oh, well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts, big bro, but Kamu, I mean the previous Hierarch and the Elders' favor sheltered you from the worst of it. It's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Oh, wait, it was my fault? You have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? I have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea before sprinkling some powder into one of them. What's that? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contains poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize infamous poisons like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you're suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. And Dayu continues her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Honglu, who is watching with an oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell at the speed at which Lin Dayu swapped around the bowls. When she looked back at Honglu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Those silver spoons were custom-made at Don Hyun's request, a must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know, they're actually, Actually, what? It's nothing. Woohoo, indeed. In Hongyuan, we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions. Knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? But Honglu opens his eyes before Kachi-chun can finish her sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons in his hand like throwing pins toward 3 of the bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them for... Jiren's new air tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Donghyuan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch. How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know? You get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? Ah! I managed to tell the difference between the bowls by reading Honglu and Dayu's subtle tells. Don't worry, one of these bowls won't kill you. See, when you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you are reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. You were using Miss Dayu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Think carefully, Ji-chun. I know that the adepts of each Heisho pack will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Yuanjianghu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Oh no, I double-clicked. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Kachi-chun whipped around away from Honglu as if to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. Ah, I see. Okay, so Honglu and every 6 days you'll be subject to midterms prepared by the board of directors. Gonchun. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the tests may Kachi-chun retain her status as the family hierarch. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much, Master Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. You'll pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, it's I simply hope I can survive until she returns. It seemed that Wei's rather funereal voice wasn't just out of his concern for Chi-chun. Hold on a moment. Here. Why, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them, even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm, burying me. Steel yourself, for that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. Hooray! Has learned the inner self. I don't know what that does. Ooh! Fun. Well, she's got decently high morale. Also, we've got more combo. One was with... yeah. Ooh. Interesting. So, I mean, we're doing okay, I'd say. I think. Hey, you're one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I had hoped to fight you in the family hierarch war. If you'd run into me then. Isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? That's nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarch war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me, and I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War is not easy. Never is. What are you on about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking about so we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they are under investigation for treason against Dagyuan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongyuan. They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongyuan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, though I thought their initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongyuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you... I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit, too. You did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good. Come on, let's do this. Many illustrious fixtures in the past have said that naught but disparagement awaits unjust victories. Alright, let's see here. favorite. Hajime!
답은 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
I could just click enter. Or push, and you know what I mean. Yeah, get him. Keep beating him down. That's what you get for using charge. And I would probably use, yeah, I think we're destined to win. Despite the fact that he is ineffective with blunt attacks. Oh yeah, no, he's getting staggered. Come on. Okay, we're on the next salvo. Sorry, that's 13 offense level up? I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Yeah, because it's everything that I'm getting here. Oh, yeah, no, he's done. Oh, he surrendered. He surrendered. He gave up. Good for you. You won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family Hierarch war, didn't you? Yes, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. You little. And I'm sure that's what I look like to you, too. I don't want your sorry. Every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win. And I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hungyuan itself. Ji Huazin. You're tenacious, determined, and strong of will. Must be why everyone stood by you down to the last man. You knew my name, ma'am? I do. So what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hungyuan? Yeah, we did it. And there's Ishmael, and then I guess not actually sure. Maybe Faust, no, maybe... Because I'm not sure if keeping morale, like, topped off does have... I mean, I think it would, but I'm not sure. We'll just see if this one also has a, Heard you managed to come out on top in your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude! Shulk! No, that's not right. It's Rex. It's Rex. I like your attitude. Ah! Sorry. Anyway. Well, shall we look at what I prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring, huh? It's going to be an indoors class? Yep. Exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free-soloing to the top of the highest building in Hungyuan, surviving 10 days in Hungyuan backstreets with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space a few weeks ago. So I'm just here to fill in since this game needs a certain number of players, but really? Can you really call this tabletop game an adventure? Yet in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as... Ah, what a move. Oh, nice. I'm gonna roll for damage. Ah! Young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. It was a formidable foe. It was wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Really? Well then, as my next move. And that's how you came up with this? I've played a few other games, but this is new for me, too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Junghu Journeys, or J&J. It's a popular game among Hongyuan's youth. It's gotten generally positive reviews, too. But Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Like Hero Quest. Is that right? Is it Hero Quest? Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the JM. The JM? Yeah, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced player takes that role. Which would be me. Wiz, Tur, Dex. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So I'm supposed to be playing this character's role. Sinclair and Kachi-chun picked up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Hyunhun, a place known to be a gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of a legendary treasure called the Tianya Sword. The city of Yanyun. Huh, cool. So why are we looking for that sword again? Well, it's because there's this legend in Yanyun about how the Tianya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. And also about having that sword as the proof of the true leader of these lands and so on and so forth, you know. Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. I see, this city called Yanyun must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Kachi-chun nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is you guys need to go find that sword. Then, I will claim the Tianya sword no matter what it costs me. Kachi-chun nods with determination. Yeah! Worked with Sinclair to come up with creative solutions to all kinds of trials we faced in the adventure. Because remember, there's almost no problem you can't solve with a 10-foot tall ladder and a dream. That was my favorite. I mean, it's one of my favorite items, at least in my Pathfinders. From the rumors you gathered, it seems the Kijan Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of the sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kijan Keep, chat him up, and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your whiz is extremely low right now. Means you'll find it hard to even form the simplest sentences. But if I found a different way to gain the Kijan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet-talking him. I do have a pretty high strength stat that would give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that don't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kijan Keep. I think I've got a decent chance of this. My whiz is pretty high. And you passed the check. The Kijan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay, then I'll just stand over here in the corner, then unsheath my weapon and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? Alright. No! The Kijan Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast toward Jinji Mountain. But, what's this? Tears begin to well in the Kijan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently, a patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no. Too bad, but we've got a job to do. We have what we came here for, we leave the Kijan. They say the JMs aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. Can't stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. We're not leaving. I'm gonna get him that medicine. What? After a few various trials and tribulations for Sinclair, Kijan Keep's son, who was fortunately able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. Realize that he's talking about a fiery Yaoguai, guardian of the Tianya sword. He explains that the fiery Yaoguai's power grows under bright moonlight. Well, then isn't it a full moon right now? And we should wait until the sky's overcast. Saying that, the innkeep son takes a quick look at the clouds and telling you that it might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped him out. Oh, okay. Let's make sure we're prepared before we go. You're gonna have to roll 15 or higher to hit. I know. I'm focused. Hey, I rolled a 16. The final singular strike from Kachi-chun, the fire... Sorry, the fairy. Fairy? Wait, was it all fairy? Was it always fairy? I'm a maroon. It's a fairy Yaoguai, not a fiery Yaoguai. Oh no. The fairy Yaoguai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tianya sword is ours. Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. How this we can... However, the defeated fairy Yaoguai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Kachi-chun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No! I quickly get between Ji-chun and the monster. But if that crits, it's going to be pretty deadly, even for you. See if you can make the evasion save. 1 and another 1. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. The glare falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yaoguai lies still as well, the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. Oh no! They beat up my poor boy! Oh, go on and help me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword is your proof. No, this sword won't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm gonna bandage up Sinclair and carry him on my back. I won't leave him behind and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then, yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know? That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. Huh? On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of this together. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it, step by step. Hey, Ji-chun, look over there. Everyone we helped saved on our journeys come out to welcome us home. Hey, you're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped and talked to every single villager there to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along. All of our efforts and the experiences we gained in our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good I mean leader, not the sword itself. You're right. The real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. Yeah! Okay, so there's no combo for those 3. Then let's try... I guess those 2 and... And I think we got all of Faust. I guess maybe Yisang again? I mean, we might. And then we did things! Quickly, quickly! Here! Yeah, we did the thing. So there were no combos there either. The good news is we now have Mr. Salt. So I guess we'll try with... Yeah, that looks... Oh, never mind. Hold on. Mr. Salt has a big... big motivation go up. And he starts at 40. That's amazing. Oh, he starts as an expert. Okay. Alright, cool. Then let's try Ishmael and Honglu. Yes. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Then I will share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago, begin quote. 32 days ago, what? Excuse me, Dante, I'm sorry to have to ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock just one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weighed down your request. Oh, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Ah, well, okay, sure, seems easy enough. Suddenly, Mersault let out a cry as he clutched his chest, then fell to the floor. Are you okay? Mersault, you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? The one who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. Oh. 9 to 5. All stats +1. Interesting. And then nothing for that one. Okay. I guess maybe, well, I mean, if I break down the... But I don't need that much. Okay, so maybe, yeah, I guess. Nothing there. Employees of the month. Another 20 morale restored. Okay. Hold on, let me just double check what that one was. Okay, all stats +1. And then is that +20 across the board? No. Alright, then maybe, well, I mean, obviously Autus and Gregor, and then maybe, maybe Ishmael? I'm not sure. And then we'll probably open up. Attention! Today's lesson. We'll cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spending, by setting a good example as a superior. They'll eventually open up. Foolishness! Eh? That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is... torture. It's torture! I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them... Foolishness! Foolishness! Jeez, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short. If that is all you can think when you hear the word torture, then this unit... this isn't exactly a military unit. Then this Hung Yuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Hung Yuan seemed to have put Chi-Chun in a thoughtful mood, so she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Today you will learn the torture of language. With this method, you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them. And let them take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you will be learning today. To your positions, cadets. Learn some threats and intimidating expressions I could use to frighten the target. Can be destroyed but not defeated. Wait, did I get two? The drill sergeant, the good drill sergeant and bad drill sergeant. Interesting. Okay, yep, and everybody's, yep. Ah, yeah, I see. It might be something to do with the ship of Theseus. The ship of Theseus, because it's boats and Autus is Greek, and you know, that's the, I get it. I get it. And we've got a bonus to the bonus. Ah, she's very strong. She has no bad statistics. Combo. I should check and see how Sinclair is doing. Almost the exact same, except she's got slightly bigger young, I guess. We will not be sending Sinclair to midterms. So, I hear you defeated Qi Huazhen. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know? You see, I managed to talk Qi Huazhen into, you know. What? No, it can't be. He cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. Ah, my men are already on their way. Ugh. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's Block 32. You just... I did. It was way easier than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't know how you changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... I see. Don't be shaken by silly little things like this, is that it? May benefit the seat of the Hierarch, however. A leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools, is bound to rot. I, Shi Zixing, refuse to let someone so unqualified as yourself retain power. Oh, it's raining. And thundering. Oh, good. Begin. Phew.
조금씩 아픔.
Actually, I should probably take a look at him. So what's your shtick? What do you got resistances to? He's got resistances on his body. But yet everything, well, okay, almost everything I do is. Were it only that I could, actually, hold on, we might be dealing good damage. Yeah, we'll probably break his body down before too long. Ow.
망설이지 않고 한 번.
Don't worry, this Kaji-chun is much stronger than the one that came before. I can't. If only I could offset his counter moves. It would take a lot more than that. Where's he gaining health from? Oh. No? Ah, reverse circuitry. I see. Because he's got a lot of charge count. Finally, there's not really much else to do aside from push the button that says we should probably try to win this. What are you doing? Oh! Okay. One, two, four, and that, and one more should be enough to see this through. That's better. And we win. What? Do you want to come here? Damn it. I was so close. Do you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yuan-chun actually gained control of Hongyuan? Sure, it's going to be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other memories of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off Big Sister Yuan-chun's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them even before it began. Made sure that nothing about this treason is going to stick to her. Father. So now let's think about this carefully. About Ka Yuan-chun's vision for Dongyuan. Will it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making. But you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? About that hiding place where you put your parents you just accidentally let slip? I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My Heisho had identified their location long ago, but I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Oh, it's okay. Hello is your opinion of the Hierarch. Existed Yuan Chun made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have a tight control over the Heisho of the family Hierarch. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? Leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them. Why would any Hierarch go around arresting innocent people of H-Corp left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. Alright, I'm gonna say... I'm actually not front. Maybe those two? Taking care of children. Very important. Maybe Mr. Salt? No, we already got the ones for... I think we already got both of the ones for Messel. No. Yes. I think there's only two. Only two come. So if we got... we can try, and we can at least still use Yisung. Oh, does it? Or do I have to discover them? You know, let's put Faust in there at least. And maybe shed, Yeah, let's go and put Don Quixote in there. TKTW... TKTDWK. Teaching kids to deal with kids. She says. Looks like your manager is not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but... that AL black hair discarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zilu wasn't there, artless or otherwise. In today's class... I'll sink if you're UA. What? But I'll scan if you're UC. Eh? I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult, but I'll soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL, kids. Yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Yes. On their venerable family hierarch's orders, I have brought a child from the Wang family. Why is Jiren... No, wait. What? You brought a who from a what family upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. Been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Yoshu snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothes a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kind of trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. It's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They're the experiences that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother Bolga are... Anyways, moving on. You heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. You've got your work cut out for you. Children of Dangkyuan are extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings, too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. Da-da-da! Magic. Ah. I get it. 8 limbs. Like a spider. Ah. Oh god, sorry, there was something got caught in my mouth. Oh yeah. Oh, also hi. Oh gosh, is that not showing up on the YouTube side? Son of a horse. I'm terribly sorry about that on the YouTube side. Oh no. Oh come on. I'll have to futz with that later. And my closed captions are down. All right, hold on. Give me just a second. We're just gonna have to pop this sucker out. We'll pop this out and we'll go and put this. I'll put this over here so I can see it. Drink that. And then, of course, it takes up half that. Gosh, you know, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just put this here. Okay, and we'll try our best to pay attention to that. Anyway. Now he's really taking a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Hiroshi was practically giving him no time for any other distractions or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism, kungju, a traditional Hongyuan toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually... Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu, the fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshu would be good at this. Neat. And with that exact same expression as her usual one, Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected that I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Dagyuan kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's gonna depend on what you're about to ask, whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, rookie Hierarch. I say all that when TWDT. You don't get the immaculacy of succinct abbreviations. As she grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Kachi-chun, then, in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child, and that seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. My big sis said that the family hierarch war's over. I could finally play tons with friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and baddest of Hongyuan, Venerable Hierarch. So I wanted to ask if you can make Dagyuan safe. I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestion politely. So she's totally make that happen. Sometime later, after Jiren guided the child out of the classroom, I found Kachi-chun whispering something to herself. Got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with the restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Ah! And Faust exploded! But we gain more thingies. Even more stats. Aha! Take acts! Huge success in the next class. Okay, so you really have to... Okay, what is the... Come on, where is it? I see. So then Sinclair gets... I see. Interesting. Alright, let me have a think here. So first, Faust... No. Actually, hold on. Because I think I take... Huge success in next. So then it would be Don Quixote, probably Ryoshu, and... Who would it be? Be Otis? Maybe not. Well, I suppose we can still go with that. But then I suppose we want to actually... Hold on. Back here. Don Quixote, class success rate. And then... Yeah, I think that'll work. I mean, there's only one way to really tell, you know? Yep, 4 things. Ah, yeah, that's the good stuff. That gains go up, and then I don't think Faust is going to let... Yeah, let's go gambling! All about the poker face. Alright, now, let's... who would that be? Did we already get... I'm not sure. So we've got Don Quixote as a master, which is good. And what am I lagging behind? We'll go with Ishmael. That's... Because it looks like it's 15 stats across the board for expert at least. Broken but not defeated again. Or I mean, destroyed but not defeated do again. Yeah, that'll work. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. They better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great. But I don't know, it just feels kind of like an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Sinclair. Given the time limit, this just happens to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Ah, wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork, as there is still much work to be done. I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy, I know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity, and what audacity to invite me as well. Ah, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Oh, and here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, I get it. Don't play a game you don't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy. I subscribe to it. Seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? What? Huh? What? Sorry, Scrub says what? So Wei joined the table. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You 3 will work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Oh, that seems easy enough. But, be warned, I have this special power to read into your minds without hearing even a word out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Sinclair, I can see the corner of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a peng, aren't you? Ah! And Chichun, you... Ah! Huh. And you want this dong tile I've got. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And Wei, you... using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? This isn't gonna be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad, but you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one Zhong tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile, because it's not there. Gong. I see. You called Gong Meld so you could claim the Zhong, which was the rearmost tile, didn't you? Does that, by any chance, imply that you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? Ah, no way. I just have this sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but... Very well. Then I'll be setting this Hua aside and... Whew, I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I could hardly get involved. Oh my god, it's even encroaching on their cut-ins. That's... Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady. The importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see, swapped out your ready hand, didn't ya? What do you think? 3 Hua tiles in a row, huh? I see you've got some innate luck, too. Very well, then. I'll have to wager it all on this one suit. I won! That's a Kyoji hand. Your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard Zhong. Ah, darn, I lose that, huh? Oh, well played. Did you see that, my lady? I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Wei Victorious stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. By playing various games with Raja, I didn't just learn how to hide my expressions, I learned how to hide my gesture tells too. And there they go. 34. Amazing. So 34 is quite a fair bit. Ooh, look at all that. Now that's quite impressive. Alright, let me see here, because I don't think anything... okay, and we'll go for combos, so let me see here. So first, I'm going to say Dawn, and then... yes, Dawn, and then Ryoshu, and then maybe... Yeah. Or I could go for... yeah. We'll try this way. Yes, excellent, perfect. Quite good with 37. Alright, let's see. And then there's 22 there, and then morale's still high enough. Form improved, good. Okay, and then a big success from, let's go with... I mean, I could just go with... Who are we still missing? It is... Heathcliff and... Uh-oh. I'm forgetting somebody. Who haven't we? Yeah, Yusang and Kyoto. Oh no, I'm drawing a blank. Oh dearie me. Hold on, let's just count it out. So there's Yusang, Faust, Don Quixote, Yoshu, Ishmael. I know we're missing Heathcliff. Beggar. Oh, then we must just have a mysterious 13th one. Or, I mean, a mysterious 12th one, because Sinclair's not. Curious. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. Let me take a look here. Expert, Master, no. We go with Dawn at the forefront, and then, or maybe we go with... That's better. Yeah, 9 to 5 and wing employees of the month. Good. Good. Class over. Right, and then a dance with somebody. I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother Chew. Every hand once in circulation goes round and round until it eventually returns to their original owners. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well, then can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hands the true political power of Hongyuan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yuan-chun genuinely believes that, believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hongyuan's best interests at heart? With all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface, all those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you were to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Kai Yuan-chun's retaliation. So your remaining task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get that lost and wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. It's certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Hongyuan's tomorrow. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now. My cousin will be your opponent today. Yeah, you're alive! I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you. Ah, that's a good shot. I like that one. I like it a lot. You, whoever you are, what are your passives? Ah, I see. Alright, well, let's just start it with a dominating, thank you. And another. I mean, we're basically just at the auto battler section of our tour. Oh, hold on, something's going on over here.
조금씩 아픔. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
Alright, let's see.
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
What? You have something to say to my face? Yeah. I'll give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. You have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was her little brother? You can barely even hold onto your seat. You're about to lose soon anyway. You have the gall to give him false hope? I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know. I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time after being barred from playing with his friends, with how things are in Hongyuan. Shut up! Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I will change Hongyuan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. You all know what Big Sister Yuan Chun's Hongyuan looks like. It'll be exactly the same in essence, and it will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've carried all our lives to your little siblings? Oh, of course not. Wang Qingshan left in a hurry. But that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. Ooh. Oh, hold on, give me just a second. Alright, let's take a look here. Heathcliff, so then I'm gonna say probably ish. No, maybe not then. Does it show any unknown combos beforehand? I guess we'll have to discover the combos. Well, let's first take oh no. Let's take a look here. First is Heathcliff, so I'm probably gonna say Roger. I don't think we've seen anything for Roger quite yet, so let's try Roger and anything for Ish. We've got 2 for Ish already. I think that 2 is the max that they can have. Maybe Heathcliff and Hongli. At least then we'll actually, yeah, we'll give it a try. We'll give it a look. Right, lads, listen up. This ain't gonna be like any of them boring old classes you've been sitting through. You've got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the idea. You want to break them rail before the brawl even begins. Brawl? To learn this by heart, and you'll be kicking those twats' arses left, right, and centre. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. Looks a lot more colorful, too. Bollocks, lad, catches on quick. That white bloke said something about how swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. High-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. It cries boop! Ah! I see. Oi, don't you underestimate me just because I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders. Eyes wide open. Let's get cracking. With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon towards the sky. It made a small boop noise. Ah! Gain an understanding of how I could break the enemy's morale. Yeah. What it needs is kindness. Ah! Okay, yeah, so you do have to find the huge success in class. Finally won a round against Roger. Amazing. Alright, let's take a look here. I mean, we're doing okay. That's, it's a little under half max statistics, and we've got 10 days, which is a little concerning, but not bad for our first go-round. Alright, and we've gotten... So we're still missing... How many combos are we missing? Well, then we'll try Heathcliff. No, we've already tried Heathcliff and Rajian. That one didn't work. Maybe those two. And maybe Ryoshu. Only one way to find out. Yeah, there we go. FAFO. Alright. Okay, but the success rate goes down. Managed to convince the target to spill a few beans. Amazing, good. Okay. Taking care of children is leveled up to master. That's wonderful. Oh, sorry. Alright, let's see. Oh my gosh! This is a mandatory class. Rambling Tales from the Drunken Palm. Yeah, I see. So that one's 24, which is very impressive considering that the rest of them are not as such. Employees of the month. Maybe something with Donkey? Try maybe those two? Maybe Mercel and Heathcliff? No, I think we've already gotten them. Maybe Gregor and Heathcliff? No, maybe not. Maybe Ishmael and Heathcliff? Either that or maybe there's not a, whatever, let's give it a shot. This class. After an uncharacteristic pause, Zelu continued, will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. A guest lecturer, but I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know. Maybe they're lost? A little bird told me that the venerable Hierarch will give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Dong Yuan's brewer. Hooey! There any truth to that, folks? Ah! That guy. Just stopping by to see if I can leech some liquor at this party. Dong Yuan's an awfully miserly place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in her room after the first round of the Family Hierarch War was over. You what? Family Hierarch War has been over for a while, and everyone in Hong Yuan knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you, who only knows how to mooch off other families, set foot in here? Looks like I'm gonna have to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let a drunk assassin... I see our youthful Hierarch is plenty suspicious. I have been a guest in many places, but please, I'm no moocher. Put your worries to rest. Oh, hold on, give me just a second. Take a look here. Emo thinks a moment. Alright, let's see. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor, with scenic landscapes as my bar, the sky is my ceiling, and the dirt is my bed. The man who had introduced himself as the night drifter of the drunken palm leaped down, landing with dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Is he seriously? Bad news, Miss Chi-chun. Apparently, Jia Yon-chun's bestowed upon you a new master. Big Sister Yon-chun? He also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte Hierarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. I'm beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher, this mystery guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time. As you said, the family Hierarch war is over, and even the mongrels of Hung Yuan know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business, a job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in the family Hierarch war out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Bolgar, for they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the Hierarch a lesson, for they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker living hand-to-mouth like myself, don't you think? I'll advise that the optics and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Ka Yon-chun herself is not going to look good. I know it's only going to make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Yon-chun more ammunition to take me down. And you there will have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Hey! Ain't that a threat? I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Despite Saad's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Or if we get any lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now give me a demonstration, if you will. Swing away. That's enough. But I was just getting started. Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I see more? Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial prowess is amateurish. What the heck is this guy serious? I've never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight, and the legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy indeed. Indeed, most masters would not bother themselves to find fault there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There's more to this than raw strength. Now take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Kachi-chun takes a powerful swing at the Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body, your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it has very little heart for feints. But he deftly weaves his way between her strikes, which fail to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. You're far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent, with force distributed unevenly across your body. So you will fail to cut and gain a little hole as comeuppance. Then the Night Drifter poked Kachi-chun's back with a twig. Everyone vying for the seat of the family Hierarch has to go through it eventually. The first kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13. Not too early, not too late. Just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother's locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that, dumbass. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. You try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, wait, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? Wasn't that bad this time, but what if they give him a way worse poison next time? You know, young Master Bolgar won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. Stupid. Zero interest in anything practical, zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how? But my lady. It wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of Anada, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Azura, reserved for likes of Yes, it is gaming. But what they seek is the path of Azura, reserved for the likes of Blade Fiends. I need a sip of water. You must learn to let go of everything, except for the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping over others? Let it all go! Gazes, the pressures, all of it. Instead, face yourself, and only yourself. And feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Chichun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips. Listen, sometimes you just have to... I'd say he's a very high-functioning alcoholic. Which, admittedly, and still, that raises some questions about the culture, you know, where it's, addiction can be labeled as high-functioning and not as bad. What I'm saying is substance abuse can be a real problem. But when you're a character in a wuxia novel, who cares? Oh, right, hold on. Her pursed lips seem to have found peace as well. Oh, she's got it. Well then, what should we do about you, my overconfident, proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. If my memories haven't failed me yet, you were one of young Master Ka Borga's underlings, correct? Underling. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just get a new liver. There's bonuses for everything. However, given that he did say that he lives hand to mouth, who knows? That's neither here nor there. He's just built different, and will die at the tender age of 76. You wouldn't believe it by looking at him, but he's only 34. Anyway. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Wait, did I read that out? Hold on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. Just why do you think that it was you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside the young Hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden, pointed question, but he soon regained his composure and replied, well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote is going to ditch the classes out of boredom, same goes for Raja, and Otis will try to take over the classes, not to mention what it'd be like to have Heathcliff here, and... such a loquacious list of excuses struck a nerve, didn't I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I've already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the Night Drifter giggled flippantly, then suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. I'm old. I meditated to empty everything except for the self. I'm still getting there, but I think I got the idea. Ooh. Shared pain. Yeah, that sounds about right. Class success rate go down, but morale go up. What a wonderful adventure. Can't wait for the next session. And perfect. Now we're masters there. Okay, but it does look like... Okay, because I think there's... No, there's at least more than 2 per... Okay, so maybe it is 3. Okay. Let me have a think here. obviously his is still the best to have, I think. And then maybe... something with Rodya and Messel. Might as well give it a look. Ooh, 24! Quite impressive. And then gambling. So no, there was nothing for Marisol and Rodya. Alright, well, then let's go and take another look. Maybe Rodya and Honglu? Oh, no, we already found that one. Rodya and Heathcliff? Did I do Heathcliff? Well, first, we'll do this one. No, I think I did. But I could also just not do Rodya for right now. Instead focus on... Maybe those two together? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Enemy of yesterday, friend of today. Yeah, that sounds about right. No hard feelings, right? I'm just... Okay, so nothing from that. And then we're... Okay. Oh boy, hey, it's that one guy whose name escapes me. Back to midterms. Am I glad I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. Oh, the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very enticing. I really wish I was there to see it all. Half of the family heads getting arrested for treason. The seat of the family hierarch going to some inexperienced kid from the Ka family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off and how she's now been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you have any concern for the future of Hongyuan. So just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun! I'm here to get my ass beat! That's all I'm here for! Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs!
내가 어떤 사람인지 알고
I don't like favored. How very durable this Chupon.
더 이상 두렵지 않아. 봉황이 날개처럼. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
Yeah, exactly. And she's also much better when she can actually clash. Unlike back in those glory days.
전부 보인다고.
Very strong and very diligent.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
And, well, this one's going to be... Also helps with the A defense level up. Let's take a look. Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death, or stab me in the heart. Cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Now, isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes, and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter, and you're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Your act together. Family Hierarch War's over, and I'm not going to kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Get real! You have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as the family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine, and hang my corpse by the entrance of that assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one of your hay show packs between every pillar at the assembly hall. And if anyone dares to speak out against you, snip! Chop off their head before they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Hangyuan a place where its people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Ah, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectations. It'll only take a few years until you break, so you become just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. How many people here do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I am only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly around Dangyuan. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. If something entertaining is gonna happen, I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. Yupon sauntered away, but Kachi-chun found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You've certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am... My lady? Kachi-chun seems deeply engrossed in thought. Ah! No morale! Don't worry, we can change that. Sleep is a mandatory class. No! Quickly, we need... Judgment containment. Send in the funny lads! My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. Well, useless, isn't it? Chi-chun. These classes end and you guys all leave. I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop out from nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching at shadows cast from lamplights. So would it mean anything for me to, you know, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? Hold on. Maybe not. I thought I heard like a Claire de Lune le motif in there, but I might have been wrong. But anyway, where was I? Spend my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. Now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it. Those bastards who only thought in their empty heads how they can expand their rooms. Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is it a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I've rarely done it, but back when I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh-ho! I've only done it once myself, after a friend talked me into it. I agree. It's seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well. Let us play just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? I'm in a really bad mood today, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard by the Luché Hermitage as of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago. Turned the pond foul and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses or risk passing out. Why even bring something awful like that? It seems that a tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow reached deep into the pond with its root, clearing out of it the foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago they introduced a few carps in there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay the pond a visit, if it is alright with you? Chichun didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. Ah, fun! You're kidding, I've avoided this place for so long. That's a shark! You can't fool me. That's ominous. I never thought it would be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened was this tree happened to take root here? What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow as long as there is a steady root to rally around. After a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes. I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart, too? Yeah, I do feel it's had more comfortable than I did before. Ah! I was tricked! I was deceived! Don't worry, though, we got the morning papers. Took the class. Yeah, we did it. Alright, let's take a look here. Fighting's all about morale. Alright, that's a mandatory class. Okay. I don't remember. What does the shared pain combo do? All stats +1, morale restored. Okay, cool. And then let's go with, I don't know, I guess Faust. It may be Gregor. But at least try to get everybody up to master. Dur, 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 dur. Let's see here. Ah, no! Right, class, here's a new task to help you learn a lot of how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost. So don't. It don't matter how many they are or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop no matter what enemy we were put up against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world you can't solve by boldly rushing in head first. Ishmael and Altus would have boldly rushed in headfirst to shake him by his lapels if they had been here. Here's what I think. Neither of you got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? Chi-Chun maintained her silence, the old scar on her pride growing sore again. So, let me help you grow some backbone. Quit getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. Okay, but how could I... Don't worry about offending me. Yeah, I can take it. Unlike you two, I've built up enough thick skin from all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the back streets of bloody invincible. Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing is standing around and trying to act cool. That one's got to sting a little. That's it, you little shite. is what I would have said back in the day. And I probably would have struck you with this hammer. I mean, my club. But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see that fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now let's practice. Looks like both of you are the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. Oh, you mean us? Me and Chichun? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys during me backstreets days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return, see what I mean? Is that what besties is supposed to mean? Kachi-chun asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess. You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. Ah, cute! I like this. I like that way and Dante are just... Yeah, beat his ass! Excuse you? Who are you? What did you do with my Sinclair? You've got a 5-coin unbreakable skill? Who are you? Where did you come from? On hints. Hints? What are the hints? What the... Oh. Oh! Caution! Don't let him do this! Fun. Every skill used after this, assign... Hey, wait! Hey, wait a minute, they didn't change this one! Somebody call Kim Ji-hoon! I might actually have to pop that as a, still 1,000 HP, alright, whatever. Whatevs. Yeah. Yeah.
그 해결사의 역경을 피해라. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Alright. Yeah, we just gotta keep hammering at him. Oh. Oh, well, this is gonna deal some damage. Good. Now this might be a bit tricky, but I think that we've got this. Oh, and he still has a sign there. Interesting. Alright, let's take it from here. Alright, let's see here. Oh, nuts, son of a horse. Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, that was much closer than I thought. Good match. Nice. Most people usually lose their steam the longer a fight gets. What the heck was that at the end? Two of them clashed with everything they learned, and with all they learned up until the lessons began. I thought for sure that Kachi-chun would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and the tough training Kachi-chun had as a family hierarch candidate, but... perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings, or thanks to that mark on his forehead, I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. You alright, Sinclair? Yeah, it's not like we were going at it with real weapons, and the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully. So I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of a fever on my forehead, though. Didn't seem like Sinclair noticed the single, yet clear, red line that appeared on his forehead. Not like anything bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Mancha land, but considering that Damien and Reem were the only other people who'd ever shown similar marks, I couldn't help but worry a little. He's gonna get weird and start asking me to draw sheep. Or various farm animals. Hey, have you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me that your life hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home. More like I left home. Because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. And I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world all on my own, and that was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. Been on top of your game your whole life, after all. I did leave Doggyo on by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I feel unutterably lost? I see. There's so much that I had to do, so much responsibility. Because neither of us were that ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost back home, though. And there's the Heathcliff, too. Oh, yeah, and there's Heathcliff, too. Blech. He also left home. Some time ago, we paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey he spent gussying up and pimping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Oh, my poor boy. Actually, pretty similar. Ooh, interesting. I learned the art of mad dogging and decisive action. Ooh. Actually, pretty similar. Yep. And we got nothing on that front. Alright, we're gonna need a morale boost. So I'm gonna say Don Quixote. Remember which order it is for take act. And then I guess maybe Faust again? Actually, wait, no, hold on. Yeah, that might be a good one. Oh, I got that mixed up. Huge success in class. Admittedly, still not bad. Oh, wait, never mind. Talking with swords, and we also got that huge success. So if I chain those together... Hold on, let me... Okay. Let's try this one again, shall we? Talking swords, good. So are you going to teach us any techniques? It's only been a few days since your training began, yet. Other martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. That's what's got you two pouting all lesson. Hey, that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of the sound. Emptiness of sound, the slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, your breaths. Erase them all, erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. Night Drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes as hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons in your hands, forget your structured forms, break the mold, become the flow. Let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There's something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that Kachi-chun and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking. Penetrate without gazing. Both Kachichun and Sinclair's necks were marked by small imprints of the twig that pressed their skin. And Jilu, who had been standing next to me all along, had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too, as I wasn't spared from the lesson. I wonder if this fits that saying Yisang utters from time to time, to lose one's nose with eyes open. Immerse yourself. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. We've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far, so you should find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually? To empty your mind already? I'd have taught you my everything had you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. So our new Hierarch has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? All just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Oh, well, in that case. Hey, that is some good wine indeed. I guess I'll go with something like Plastered Sleep, Unrestrained Ripples. That name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Dilu, who had been observing the class from a distance, approaches the Night Drifter. A while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly can one find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I'm only fortunate enough to have found 2 pupils who are indeed willing. The Gate, Tone, are you among the 10 Blades of the East? Now! It seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. Past is like smoke. I've long emptied any history worth delving into. And anyway, back to Don Quixote, doing things that Don Quixote does. FC, flawless class. Oh yeah, look at that. 1960, the Hierarch of Hong Yuan. Wonderful. Alright, we've got... Okay, so I think the plan is that we go Ryoshu, Don Quixote, and Rambling Tales from the Drunken Palm. Yes. And then we tip-top. I'm not actually sure if you can get... I mean, I think we're about to get... Let's take a look here. Managed to cut through something invisible. Amazing! Okay, I don't think it quite stacks. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I could suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. It's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? That is precisely why I've installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts? The greatest strength of the Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah, that seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the masks of anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making quite the liberal use of this. Let's see. One on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oi, I've got to ask, do these consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? If you've got a whinge, whinge at their face. Well, I ain't got much else to say, so, I've got one. My next door neighbor keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that, yeah? Something about a smoking head over and over again. The point is, it's been getting on my nerves, and if it doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it my young way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares herald the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause them trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Ah, it's like she's right here, speaking right into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but... Ishmael? Maybe Roger? Someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? Yeah, Ishmael, I knew it. I got proof, too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Bella Morte trenches. I'm gonna have to reestablish some house rules soon. Theft report? Did one of you steal her compass or something? Nah, no way. We'd never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Ah, that one's definitely Yisang. Well, finally, someone finally submitted a real concern here. No, never mind, it was Faust. Was it the Type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear? Ah, the likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourselves with this message! Hey, well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I should really share this with everyone. Maybe that's Roger. This one might be something serious for once. Can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? Ah! You're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise at night, so we all ran out to see what happened. No one managed to find any credible clues, so I guess we just let it slide. Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we just moved on from it, but I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity thingy on this. She wrote it with a tilde! Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken due to shock at the time of the incident, was pointing precisely at 22:32. And, at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 2200, one of the 2 individuals who were on the night watch duty was... That Miss Faust was one of them. Hey, Dante? Didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? And now that I think back on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day briefly. Faust made a few criticisms about my command style, and she was right, but I pretended not to hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. So, fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but, it's Gregor. I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bud, there's only 2 among us who smoke. But one of them stayed put in his own room. You know what I mean? There's a witness, too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish was the duo of Captain's Corpse and the One-Eyed Navigator. To explain the lore of Captain's Corpse, this tale beginneth verily in year 757, after a very long read. Alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm had proved more dubious than one would have expected. Thus, did I convince young Gregor to join forces with me to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in photographs. Though 'twas a pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth. And young Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket. For that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna. Another prop and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tuna aroma lingered still. I beg for thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. Well, at least we know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. TC. DWNN and MTL. Is this like a code? Sinclair, translation, please? Yeah, trying to parse that from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tune in the general context of her words, so... Unfortunately, the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually gonna try to find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I'd just been reminded of a persistent itch I'd managed to forget. Ah, it's like someone shoved a tuning fork in my head. Guys? Alright, that's it, Clockhead. Read up. I'm going to confront this sword and tell him to tell it like it is if there's something bugging him, instead of winging it in his sleep. Now, where is he? Hey, nice heat. I mean, looks like this anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of it. Dante. Fare you well? It is I, the sinner first in the order. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself to a restful sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. To explain this, one must explore the sentence cuts off as this part of the paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a multiloquent ascribing of excuses. I write before you in shame and express my willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was that sinner. I think he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he was just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that the number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we don't dig into it unnecessarily. Oh? Hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer, thus returns the number one sinner's paper. This has to be the key to resolving this case. I hurriedly unfurled the paper. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on top of the manager's head is hot like real fire, or would it not give off any heat? Curious, right? Ah, don't worry about it, Isang. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves. Indeed. Unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. Ah, they're asleep. They must have been pretty tired. Indeed. Ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check while the manager's asleep? Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. Isang? The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you rats playing a played-out prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the whole time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Aldous was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, I can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. Tell you another truth. I think I might have had an idea as to why I've been made a student against Miss Chichun. There must have been something that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up. So they've been making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their issues and slowly overcoming them. While I'm still here feeling like I'm stagnating in place, hence why they said something about birds and shells. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know, I just get the feeling that that ship might have sailed for me already. It's clear to me that Sinclair wasn't just talking about physical training or his combat prowess. It's about something that more than half the sinners had faced and were facing at this point. About his past and the path that lies ahead. The guilt and the pressure of having failed to confront it. It's never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea of how the whole trajectory of their lives is going to be. That's why we're all on the bus, isn't it? You can just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will if I have to. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Ah, sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother. I just needed a quick glance at that look in your face to feel that tick-tock with my heart. Thus, the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. And now... So what do you guys think Ryoshi was trying to say? Two culprits. Guy with nightly nightmares and my translator. I see. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment absorbing the awkward silence. Well, let's go with more Heathcliff And I guess maybe Otis. We don't need humanity. We need more power. Yes, good. Yeah, it's not bad. We're in like the upper percentile of most of it. Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Kachi-chun on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have the others. All the others. It's most likely you will be facing off against a skilled foe from the Zhu or the Shi family. Of course, you will doubtless wipe the floor with them. I've taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Ji-chun. As you really didn't have to all come out here to see me off. Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Jigong and I have prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry, so please don't worry yourself too much. You have faith in me or not? Upon our return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice to be Ji-chun, to have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It's been a while since we had last seen Zhu Baochai, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here, big sis Baochai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity. Only Ji-chun and Boga both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Boga has always been this way. If a fruit is fully ripened, we have to seize it and taste its juices before anyone else. Oh, hello! Oh, thank goodness, there's people here. We can't just let go. Can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't. My parents couldn't. You, who was born and raised on that very same soil we were. How do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes as the days go by fill me with abundance. Ah, no, we've been steamrolling through these. So admittedly, I'm not entirely sure when the things are gonna get to going. We did figure out who hit Dante in the head with an alarm clock. Well, two someones. But that's neither here nor there. Put that away. Only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. How could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer. My hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who had sent you that guest lecturer? Ji-chun's palanquin isn't heading to the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's heading to Big Sis Yeon-chun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels! I must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them. We sprinted outside even before Zhu Baochai had finished. Trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. Jigong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though a beast seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard the sound of hooves coming from the direction Jigong was glancing in. So this is what you've chosen. Yes, the exams she's taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, as you have decided to follow yours. Baochai smiled sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Baochai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply. Oh! Victory! Yeah! Ah! Wow, that was a long one, though. Golly gee willikers. View growth. Amazing. Reward exchange. I have nothing. Alright, let's get to that. Wow, that was almost... You know, it's a good thing that I actually did make my Incavella modules a little earlier, because that was close. Oh boy, that was close. Terrible just Yeon-chun plays down to the very last day. How much time has passed already? I've already given her clan, including various instructions to keep their eyes on the palanquin, as I observed much strangeness from the palanquin bearers. Yet there are many places to which one may covertly kidnap the family hierarch. Still, we have to... Your heart is still in a rush. I do not mean to imply that we will abandon her to fate. Look, I have selected a few places on the map with the highest probabilities of being their destination. As the time is not on our side, the Heisho packs in your team will have to mobilize separately to explore all possible options. Among them, I aim to send you toward this place. Indeed, the glorified internment camp of Hongyuan now shut down. Hingon Residential Support Zone. It was a policy Ka-yeon-chun and the former Ka-mu pursued. The policy was indefinitely tabled and the zone was closed off, as many voiced reluctance to pass it, but I find it hard to believe that Ka-yeon-chun would admit defeat so easily. It is a secluded place, perfect to secretly bring harm to the family hierarch, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. I hope she's okay. Have some faith in your pupil. You have taught her to the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust that she will be able to fend for herself until our arrival. Yeah, we trained really, really hard for the entire month. The only reason Ka-yeon-chun would employ such under-the-table tactics is because she knows that a fair match would not be in her favor. So let us yank her hand out from under the table and make her regret it. Yeah! All right. Let me have a look here. Yeah, this looks fine. Oh, whatever. Oh, who doesn't have the... Oh, it's Sinclair by a single level. Whatever. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, let's get this party started. Oh, my tender bones. We hurried ourselves along the winding passages of Hongyuan. At first, I thought we might have been able to move faster had the Mephistopheles been here with us, but walking through the winding irregular paths reminded me why palanquins were a thing in Hongyuan. Are you implying that Charon could not easily maneuver us towards this internment camp? Yeah, it might be a little tricky. Alrighty. Upon our arrival at the location, Jigong pointed out to us something emerged from the dark. A figure, no, 2, 4, a small platoon of shadows. Damn it, we're surrounded. The shadows slithered into physical form, lapping their purple serpentine arms at us. She branch of the Heisho packs. They don't belong to the family hierarch. Oh, hey, what now? What do you mean, what now? We can't sit here and waste any precious time. Come on, let's fight our way out of this ambush. Ain't that usually my thing to suggest? Fighting's all about morale. Looks like the classes did have some effect. Sinclair's right. We don't have any time to waste. Send in the cock! That's why we bring the chicken. And this is going to work perfectly well. Alright, now let me go and take a look over here.
적이 술에 취한 한량처럼 허둥거리니
승기를 세운다면 지금이겠구나.
Let's go with this, and that should be all. Hello, yes, I would like to hit the win rate button.
참고자지. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
Then we'll put this over here.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나. 흑수묘, 뒷바퀴, 거쳐, 죽어. 혈염도 바로. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
검을 휘두를 줄 아는 자는 많다. 그 검에 길이 있는지가 중요하지.
마음에 들면 들었다. 솔직히 말해라 자료.
잘 생각해보라고.
모두는 용장에게 칭찬을 아낄 이유가 뭐 있는지.
도끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
숨통 끊기.
And get those doors.
묘여. 길을 열. 지원한 너를 떨고 주마. 더는 못 따라나.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나. 아직 죽지 마라.
넌 숨을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 깨우치시겠네.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
Much better.
홍어는
Alright, let's take a
그제야
look.
알게 되겠지.
Perfect. Excellent. Now continue fighting our way through. How many of these do we have? Yeah, we've only got like 6 to go.
뭘 받고 내 명을
At least it seems like it's just going to be a pretty easy time to tear our way through.
실수일지 의도일지.
저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
And the that's not good. How about we just go for Power Guard? Yeah, this seems fantastic. And then we'll just go with this. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. It's perfect. It's perfectly fine. See, look at that. Everything goes correctly. And then there goes Ryoshu. Or was that? No, that was Ryoshu.
네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있다.
적의 팔다리를 끊었군.
너의 쓸모를
이제 전력으로 쳐라.
행색이 이상하나.
Apparently, I guess I've got one of the others on deck somewhere else. I'm not really sure. And then we'll do this because that's the best one. And then we'll go this, 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 and here. And then we'll go over here.
시비수에게 명하노라. 이 앞에서 누구 하나 살려보내지 마.
무상한 목숨. 불끈히 지원했군.
옳다.
정작 이 정도 탐내 뱀으로 꿰뚫어라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테는 조금 멀겠지만.
사요.
Ta-da! Aw. Oh, we were so close. and there goes.
따로 쓸 곳이 있다.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건
너의
아니나
쓸모를 보여라.
좋은
There's Otis.
날개를 펼치고
I guess we did have Otis in the back line then. Pardon me. Bird. Ooh, ma mow mow. Ooh, mow mow mow. Ooh, mow 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 mow. Ah.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이야.
Still need to figure out how the heck I'm gonna pump out 15,000 damage for that one mirror dungeon thingamahooza. Now the real question is, do I? Yeah, I do. I think we'll go for another feathering.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Let's see here.
저 해충들을 도려내. 혈압도 바로.
검을 풀을 줄 아는 자는 많다.
길을 보라.
그 검에 길이 있는지가 중요할 뿐.
마음에 들면 들었다 솔직히 말이야. 보부들은 용자에게 칭찬을 아낄 이유가 뭐 있는지.
묘야. 길을 열어라.
Yes, good. I do like seeing the other Heisho packs. Admittedly, we almost have. I think, yeah, we almost do have everybody with their pack IDs, don't we?
네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 수 없.
I mean, I'd wager we'll probably see the last ones on it as we leave Hongyeon. So with the next intervalo, because we got what, 2? Because there was Yisung and Sinclair. Perfect, excellent. Because I'll be honest, is that I'm kind of thinking like, yeah, we'll probably get Heisho Ishmael. Probably. I'm gonna say probably, because I'm not 100% sure, but I'm thinking probably. The adept. Uh-oh. Danger. Danger. I do like that. I do like that, where it's just like, hey, you should probably read these. You might explode if you don't. Because, yeah, we're only missing... Well, I guess technically 4 at this point, because, you know, I'm still thinking, because, you know, even in the world of Hongyeon, you know, where, you know, Ish got that. Because remember, as long as it wasn't vertical, because it was a decapitation from what I've been told. Oh, hold on, let's see. The first thing I noticed upon entering the room was that it was hot and muggy with the heat of battle, as evidenced by the corpses of the Branch Heisho torn wildly about the room. Who is that? A bloodied beast rises ponderously from the ground, its gaze rising to meet ours. Wait? Hold on, his eyes. Something's definitely off here. He's not looking at us, he's... RJ cuts off abruptly, having noticed that something didn't feel right. Away with you! Those intermittently kick the ground with anticipation and aggression. What happened here? Did the Heisho make it into the exam hall? Then the snakes dare trespass. Your hideous coils. Crush them to mulch under my hooves. Your way, right? He's completely lost it. I'll ground your filthy scales to dust. That's a very hard picture. That's good. I like that. Look at that! Look at this horsey. What a good horse. Quickly, win rate him to death. Alright, let's take another look here. Oh, he strikes me as not actually trying. He's one of those bosses where his sanity is going up as I'm fighting him. Oh no. Please don't hurt my horsey. That's my horse. Peacock. Oh yeah, we should be just fine.
그분께서 너희에게 거는 기대가 크더군.
So first, let's also put this here, and then we can put that there, and then let's just get it going.
사소한 실수를 찾지 않아. 너무
Do
긴장하지
at least have the. Oh. Fantastic. Oh no! Oh no! Not my poor horsey. And that's my horse! Oh no. Won't somebody stop this man? There we go. Now do we still have the oh look, we've got a little Sinclair thing. Thrashing to hatch. Ah, it's cute.
그분께서는 사소한 실수로 책잡지 아니하시니.
Alright, and then let's yeah, let's just that power counter, and then we'll probably really not generating enough for any of those egos, but we can actually, you know what? Let's go with fourth match flame, and we'll go for filthy snakes. I'll crush you all. Maybe go up against the you shall not pass. That one's getting the Heishoki and Claw, and then this one's going over that way, but then let's go and grab that, and then these other ones not. I mean, we do have Faust with the assist defense, I think, still. No. So then let's instead put this over here with a power counter. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright, let's go. Ding.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Easy. Let's see what's going on. You shall not pass! Oh, I was under the interpretation that I was gonna get an assist defense for that, but I was wrong. I was with this protection for Gregor? Whatever.
생기에 낭떠러지기나
너의
다름없다.
쓸모를 보여라.
허나 도착까지도 몇 걸음. 채워내어야 후회가 남지 않겠지.
Alright, and then we'll just go for fluid sac because I'm a little hungry lad. Oh yeah, we could go for pursuance, or I could just not. Which one are you targeting? There we go. I'll put this over here, and then we'll actually just do this. But then we'll also go for here, and then we'll go for here. Actually, probably this guy, because it's that's 7. It's 7. And the power counter there. There we go.
무상은 목숨. 불끈을 지원했군. 이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
One big slap, please. Thank you. Oh no. Good news is I don't think anyone got staggered.
저 해충들을 조여내라. 물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 적을
그분께서
물어
너희에게 거는
너의
기대가
쓸모를
크더군.
보여라.
최선을 다하라.
주군께서는
Yeah, looks like we're perfectly fine. Win rate button, save me! I should have packed more. One free curse writ butcher blade. Thank you, that's the right word. Don't worry, she'll eventually recover from the concussion. Maybe. But he's gonna get staggered on this one, so we should be good to really pour on the damage now. Oh, that's the good stuff. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 oh.
혈압도 바로.
무상한 목숨.
We'll send in definitely not Kachi-chun to deal with the horse.
적이 술에 취한 한량처럼
Alright, everybody, get him.
승기를
Do we have enough? Oh, we got enough for Ascendant Mount Branch Arc. Yeah, it's just what I like. Oh, that's good.
바로 이
Goodbye. 304, not half bad. Granted, this will definitely end probably with. No, not quite yet. The irony of the slithery snake beating down the horse. Hey, are you alright? Our lady, she's in there. At least you must. Listen, buddy, you're not looking so good. That nasty wound Li Hang gave you is starting to bleed again. Kachi-chun's Heisho will be here soon. Stay here and wait for their arrival. Don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Wei. Kachi-chun's gonna be just okay. Totally. Did you already forget who taught her? If only she hadn't chosen me, then. She could have achieved such great heights. She could have risen much higher than where she now stands. Wei's eyes shook restlessly, lost in the streams of the past. Now you know this already, Mr. Wei? Chun became the Hierarch to transform Hung Yuan into a nest that serves its lowest.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Amazing. Now let's go check the reward exchange. I could almost get the effect. Or could just buy a bunch of those. Alright, let's go take a look here. The Master. But first I'm also gonna take this. So at the very least, hopefully we won't have to deal with any dungeons. Maybe. Maybe not. Wait, what? It was you? Your big sister Yeonchun's final exam? You're going to kill me anyway. Why didn't you just take me out from the get-go instead of wasting all that time teaching me, pretending to be my master? I would hardly deem the hour spent in joyous ways. Would you? I'm not even surprised. Dog Yuan's full of backstabbers anyway. Do not ever trust anyone who approaches you first. It is a saying that has saved a lot of lives in Hung Yuan and the city. Only those type of people wait until my guard is down to strike. You had plenty of opportunities to kill me during those classes. I gotta say, I forgot a bit of my edge when I was swinging those sticks. The one who hired me handed me, along with my payment, a silken bag of dried wolf's bane powder. You were hired to poison me. Why didn't you? Ah! Why would I use that to claim my pupil's life when I could use it to pay off my tab and buy me a few bottles of quality wine at the local kissern, which I did. They're precious enough to sustain 3 generations of family, eh? What? My life has thus far been one of rivers and footpaths drifting hither and thither as the currents took me. A meaningless life, having gained nor left behind nothing. And when you know it, this kid who just become the next Hierarch. The first time in history a family hierarchs I'd seen refused the true master of Hungyuan. Those with vision for the future of Hungyuan would grip the land as though it belonged to them. And Hungyuan, trapped in the grasp of a series of intrepid individuals, grew dark, suffocating. The other pupil, who initially seemed to have been included in the lessons as nothing more than an extra, may as well have forced the lessons out of me. And after a while of frolicking with the bumbling hierarch and a particularly nasty pupil, it seems that I shared all that I know with the both of you. Hey, despite the present circumstance, my lessons have all been without a speck of falsehood. Come then. Never once have I taught a pupil who would fall at such a place. And if you do, I don't suppose you were a pupil of mine anyway. Yeah!
중요한 건 내가 어떤
The night drifter of the drunken palm. Get to fist fighting.
동왕이 나에게
Get him. Get him. He's only got 200 more health than Sinclair.
더 이상 두렵지 않아.
I do like that you've got all the gang behind you when you're doing your things. At least with the cooler ones.
동료를 포기하지 않아.
And we've got 2 of the big ones. Don't mind if I do. Thank
꽃처럼
you.
화려한
Yeah, donkey!
바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼.
And then there's Ish. And let's see if we got anybody else on deck. Oh, he's doing something. True decapitation. Come on, just change it to evade. True decapitation, death blow. Oh dearie me. Nah, I think we'll be alright. Did I just see, no, never mind, that was with...
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
There's nothing compared to the trials that fixer faced. And we're done. My goodness.
이렇게 쉽게 통과하리라고는 상상도 못했는데.
That's a little okay.
세가들에게 은자를 풀어야겠어요.
Is there an EX? No, just clear the stage. Okay.
조금 풀어줘도 괜찮겠지.
Hierarch rescue. We're going in. We're doing the thing. Yeah, we're gonna save the day.
의도일지.
저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
We'll just go with that, please. Thank you.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
That was free right off the bat. Don't mind if I do. Very good rolls. Very, very good rolls indeed. But yeah, I think tomorrow I'll be doing the Digimon, the new Digimon story demo, because I'm very excited for that, and I'm eager to experience it myself. And then we're just gonna do this, and then we're just gonna, you know what? Actually, yeah, let's just put this over here, and then we'll go. Probably one of those, just because I hate net. Well, great work, Greg. At least those unbreakable coin or those flashable defenses still at least defend. Oh, good.
옳다.
And there's that one. Yes, good. Answer me, hey show Pax. Let's get him. There goes Roger doing that. And then, oh. Good. Fitting, of course, that we've got snakes. Big old snakes.
자가당착이로다. 흔치 않은 기회니
Alright, and we'll just how many of those tons? Oh, I don't have enough of the blades, do I? Huh. Well, either way, then yeah, we'll just go with this. Excellent. Oh, good, and they're just retreating. Not that I'm saying that I wouldn't, but I don't want to kill the sheep pack. It seems that I don't think we've ever actually brought any of the Heishos down properly, because they've all scampered off into the darkness.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나.
Yeah, not the Mal branch, not. Yeah, no. Oh no, it might be Faust that needed that block. No! Oh dearie me. Seems I'm a little bit more tuckered than I anticipated. But I should be alright to make it through this. Oh.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나.
Alright, then we'll just do this, and then we'll go...
주군께서 찾아오시는 건
개의치 않고 말씀을.
None of the Tianju Star's blades. Huh. What a world.
깨우치시게.
Whee!
이제 깨우치시게.
And then there goes that one. And then we just make this guy explode. Maybe. Not quite.
이제 깨우치시게.
바람 불어오는 대로 물러나라. 짓밟아라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있다.
And Faust is out. Peace. She's gone. Where did she go? We don't know.
또한
I mean, I know.
길을 남겼군.
There she is.
핏물진 길일 뿐이지.
My babe. Anyway.
세월이 지나면
When the student becomes the master.
되겠지.
Uh-oh. My Encafellan modules.
공로가
Very well then.
바꿔온 지를.
의뢰로군.
시간
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하니? 이번 의뢰
필두.
We're just gonna make sure. Just in case. Just in case. Just in case. So I don't recall if they've got a dog pack for the. Oh no, I guess they don't. Alright, alright, alright. Another throwdown then. Ah!
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
Kachi-chun, come on, you gotta be able to. I mean, this can't be a scripted loss, right? Right?
봉황이 날개처럼.
Okay, there we go.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Alright, let's give it another go around. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, I swear, if I end up losing this because of bad decisions. Perhaps I'm really gonna hope that. No, I guess we're just gonna come in at the, yeah, okay, there we go. Chichun! That's impressively sneaky. So the nut beasts have hung you on for nothing, eh? Just had to get between me and my pupil's spar. Huh. Master, wait. You've been working for Hierarch this whole time? Oh, you known me long enough by now to tell? Brief as our acquaintance has been, my service is to no one but the bottle. To have all 12 masters squeeze into battle when things were just starting to get interesting is quite discourteous, don't you think? And a master stabbing his pupil in his back isn't? Just as Sinclair and the Night Drifter were locked in an argument, the Heisho beasts who followed us into the room swung their purple arms at Kachi-chun without hesitation. The slithering serpent arm, which suddenly extended into a considerable length. Haven't I already given you due complaint, my friends? We're stopped inches from Kachi-chun's neck by the Night Drifter's arm, biting him instead. Ah, now that's one potent venom. I can just feel it spreading through my veins. Listen here, snakes, haven't I done you courtesy enough? Go back to your holes. I'll even give you an excuse you could give to your lord. Say that you had to withdraw as the Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm got in your way. You serve the same client. Might as well let me take all the blame for your failure, huh? But the Heisho wordlessly stood their ground. Alright, fine. I think you'd listen to someone who doesn't even hold your leash. Hey, too bad, too bad. Well, I suppose this should make at least for a fair fight, with all their teachers being here and all. You. I don't ever recall teaching you to make a face like that in front of an enemy. Fine. It's not like stopping one attack makes you our ally. At least one of my pupils knows what she's talking about. Perhaps I shall open myself a humble huguan here in Hungyuan once this contract is over.
같이 배웠던 걸 써먹을 때야.
저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
Blood pour, unique bleed. Quickly, somebody, anybody, Superbia, we gotta get this. Let's get this party rolling. I don't like seeing all these hopeless and strugglings in my. You know what? We'll just go with this. Oh yeah, no, because he's got that big. Maybe just a power guard there, and we'll just go with a dominating clash into. Yeah, there we go.
더 이상 두렵지 않아.
Oh my god, she's got so much bleed! Oh, this was a terrible series of events.
멀겠지만.
Especially since we just had that big coin spiral. Woo!
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Okay, okay.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
이런 일에 흔들리면 안 돼.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있다.
We should still be fine. We should still be fine. It'll be okay.
주군께서는 사소한 실수로 책잡지 아니하시니 너무 긴장하지 말고 임하게.
아시의
Morostasis?
이상을 함께 줬다.
Or Morositas? Maybe.
이상이요.
No, but I don't think his offense levels are actually that much higher. Nah, never mind. Never mind. You know what? We're just gonna go with this. Okay, so which of these are being undefended? So let's go with... Oh. I don't like it. Not at all. Maybe Sinclair? Okay, Sinclair can handle it then. Then let's go with, really don't like seeing a neutral on those either. Just a block for base hang and, yeah, I think the rest of these. Unless, of course, if one of these is... Okay. Actually, redirect that over there, and then that should be all 7. Is it? I guess. I don't know where that other attack's coming from, but...
무상은 없음. 불끈히 지원해.
Oh, that's because one's probably going to... Good, good. Okay, come on.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나. 틈을 끊어.
Are you kidding me? Whatever, man. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, that's the stuff. A little bit more. Hopefully we bring down the rest of the C branch before we have to see the...
허술하긴.
I think we can take... I mean, yeah, we could take him, but...
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나.
You know, Cripes...
좋은 움직임이로구나.
Jichun's not in the best way. You know what? Maybe we'll just go with one of these bad boys. And we'll try and cut down on the action economy here. Break those down. Okay.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
꽃처럼 화려한 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Good. Much better. Thank you, Morositas. That's the word I'm looking for.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
I still can't believe that he rolled the 5%
지금은 좋았어.
and just biffed it.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나.
Alright. Well, here he comes.
움직임이로구나.
Let's keep a power guard and one of these, and I'll just, Eh? Okay, you know what? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
발톱을 걸어.
무형. 마지막은 무념.
Somebody stop that crazy old man before he kills us all!
모험하군.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테는 조금 멀겠지만.
Okay, we might be able to get him into a stagger threshold, actually. If not, then he might do bad things to Jichun. Okay, there we go.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
틈이 생겼군.
Alright, quick, get him!
이용하는 것이
목을
상책이
각 물어버리자고.
What are you doing?
그분이라면 내었을 거다.
그래. 부상자를 챙기지.
1, 2, 3.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원했고.
주분께서 너희에게 거는
Alright, now where is that second stagger threshold?
주군께서는 사소한 실수를
602.
책잡지 아니하시니
Not
너무
terrible,
긴장하지
but
말고
not
임하게.
great. And Morositas has worn off, which is bad. So we're just going to go with a series of favoreds into, let's see. Shichun looks like she's doing alright.
일기당천.
Did you have to low roll the one on the ego too, man? This is terrible.
무형. 마지막은 무념.
That's better. And our chicken.
모험하군.
Wait, what? Ah,
모든 것에 견뎠어.
틈이 생겼군.
whatever. I mean, I guess. No, but we don't have that one.
내었을 거다.
그래. 부상자를 챙기지.
Alright, we're just gonna hope that this one succeeds.
막아내지 못하리.
Well, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We'll just send in the clowns. We'll send in more clowns.
아니, 아직
Hey, we're almost there. We're almost there. And Raggio's getting staggered. Yep, that's fantastic. And there goes. He's hung. No, he's still standing. Yes, yes, good. And this next. Uh-oh. Yeah, here comes the tears of Tartar's blood. Try dodging this, nerd.
그리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅으로 모든 피 쏟아내리.
Mew. Yeah, take that 79 damage.
피가 아무리 탁해졌다 한들 군주는 죽지 않는다.
Ah, perfect. He was certainly a powerful foe despite the casual way with which he carried himself. We'd already experienced a hint of his strength then when he invaded our room during the family Hierarch war and swiftly took out his target before leaving. There's slithering noises coming from above. More hay show. Can't fight him and the sea branch off at the same time. But if we were to try to create a distance between us and where the sea branch were waiting to strike, the Night Drifter will definitely try to exploit that opening. Considering that we had to keep Jichun safe, I wasn't sure how much longer we could hold out here. Is it hard to recall your training outside our lessons? Remember that your gaze is form as well. Your enemies will take notice if you don't stop constantly eyeing at the door like a novice. See, the snakes have already mobilized to close off that exit. Ah, you're stalling until the hay show packs of the family Hierarch arrive. Your strategies and thoughts are plain as day. You see, that's why. These snakes are so impatient to complete the deed and slink back into their holes. The Night Drifter produced another tree branch from his clothes and quickly cast it towards the doorway behind which the hay show were gathered. And with a thwack, the heavy roof atop the large door instantly crumbled, burying it and blocking off the snakes from entering. It was as though he hit an invisible weakness of the brickwork. Thought I'd give you snakes enough warning to head back. What are you doing? Why? The bumbling Hierarch's promise to bring real change to Hongyuan has given rise to a certain intrusive thought that was put to sleep long ago. Once upon a time, a blade of an infamous syndicate earned himself the hollow honor of joining the 10 Blades of the East. Yet what use is all that if he could not stop his little girl from passing on before her old man on a restructuring day? The world averted its gaze from me, so I looked away in turn. Leaving behind my runes, my steel, I picked up a simple tree branch to be my sole companion as I drifted about the city. When I abandoned both my honor and name, all that remained was a life of living for the sake of living. Nothing more. And I believed that same fate would doubtless come for the rotten land of Hongyuan as well, just as it had for this useless drunk, devouring it in the surging darkness as the sun falls yonder. Yet, doubt reared its head for the first time. It is the rooster's cry that signals the night's end. Do you see? Sun rises even in Hongyuan. Listen well, for your final lesson begins. Emptiness of sound, keep the venom within, and let it not leave your tongue. Emptiness of form, one who aims to bring change to these lands must do so without the knowledge of curmudgeons too logged in wicked traditions to see a better path. Emptiness of mind, Hongyuan, a land where even the sky lies out of sight. Do not let your mind be too transparent. Do not let the hay show stray from your presence again, not even for a moment. Rule of fear is a detestable thing indeed, yet you will gain nothing by appearing like an easy mark. Yes, Master. Then do what you must. It won't be very becoming of the Hierarch of Hongyuan to let live a fell assassin who dared to make an attempt at her life. Kachi-chun wordlessly tightened the grip around her weapon. Very good. Emptiness makes for such a pleasant sight, doesn't it? The Night Drifter grinned, having caught the encroaching scent of death. Go! Finish it!
꽃처럼 화려한 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Yes, this is much better than what was happening before we showed up to intervene.
벌처럼 날카롭게.
Oh gosh, please. Oh, that was purple coming up out of him. Oh, that's not good. The Night Drifter stumbled. He smelled a pungent, bitter wine. When the unseaved dregs of old cloudy wine settle and the bitter life is left behind, the clear, crisp waters shall spring forth, twinkling under the sun's apricity. That man was made of 90% wine and 10% cheap wine.
저번에 약속한 거 안 잊었지, 죽은?
그 외에 임무를 성공적으로 100번만 수행하면 죽은? 설마 소유권을 벌써 다 쓴 거야? 말도 안 돼. 이건 약속이랑 다르잖아.
Oh. Oh, that's a sad one. Did I not get the... No, I did. Wait, huh? Is there any X that I missed? No. The proof! The proof is in the pudding! And the proof is in the eating of the pudding. The incident was quickly swept under the rug as independent actions of anonymous, unaffiliated assassin known only as the Night Drifter. As he was not registered to any kind of life insurance plan, his body was buried among the many unnamed graves of Hongyuan. I hear that there was a rather unsavory incident at the most recent exam. I must say, it is fortunate that no important blood has been spilled during it. A nameless, faceless man infiltrating the living quarters of Dagyuan. I can only be glad that he met the deserved fate. Anyone who was at the site could attest to the fact that my guests and I were assaulted by Heisho Shi branch as well. If anyone's going to be held responsible, don't you agree that the blame should fall squarely on whoever decided to send the snakes to that particular location at that specific time? Big Sister Yuan Chun. Oh, is that so? Yet they testify that their presence was only to eliminate the Drifter of the Night who dared sneak into Dangquan. Earlier than your own Heisho pack, even. Yeah, not only did you get me a new master. In your impatience to see my growth, ask that same master to harm me. Certainly outdone yourself, sister. He was nothing more than a boorish executioner of Hongyuan who is willing to do anything for money. I hope you won't be blaming your dear sister for the crime that man has committed independently, out of his own volition. Chun, I believe this only reinforces my argument that the people of Dangyuan are not the only people here who believe that you are terribly out of your depth for the task. But, Yuan Chun, I've learned so much thanks to you. Rest assured I won't ever forget those lessons. I understand that many of you may be unhappy or frustrated with me. But, you know what's an undeniable truth? That I am still the legitimate victor of the family Hierarch war. Sure, Big Sister Yuan Chun might know more about the details of Hung Yuan's administration for now. She might fill your pockets for now, but in the long run, you know she does not have Hung Yuan's best interests at heart. Inadequate I may be, but I am still the Chief Executive Director here at H-Corps, and you, dear Big Sister, are a temporarily visiting outsider from Q-Corps. As its hierarch, I know exactly what Hung Yuan needs, and I will give the best of my efforts to bring my vision for this land to reality. A place where no one needs to live in fear. A place where one does not need to project fear. Yes, that is my vision for Hung Yuan, for H-Corp. I never would have known a month ago that our hierarch had such vast ambitions. He's really saying it. 4 great houses and I, we ruled and knew this land like the back of our hands before you were even a fetus. Indeed, I can tell. I suppose that's why Dogyuan's growth never seemed to stop. While more and more people outside, it seemed to be falling to their deaths from their homes with every restructuring day. When you know the plastic nature of humanity, people will get used to the shadows when the heavens are shrouded. So if you won't cooperate with us, we will. No, I'm not the one who needs to cooperate. I am the hierarch. Besides, your us is done. Respected members of the board, I believe I have clearly explained my will. Forget about all your under-the-table deals, and vote with your hearts. You seem very confident, Ji-chun. In case you didn't know, winning those exams has nothing to do with guaranteeing the results of the vote of no confidence. Oh yeah. I don't know. At this point, the vote seems like a mere formality to me. On what grounds? Just a hunch. Not that you'd understand. Arr! It's true. But how often she's changing the conditions of these tests and votes, we can hardly trust her to be consistent. It is indeed stark contrast with the hierarch who promised 30 days of return time and met it precisely on the dot. It is clear which one of them should provide more stability for the administrative purposes. Thus the vote of no confidence began. Hey, I must have misjudged her in the past. She's not petty, she knows when to be serious, and I think she's got a good grip of the gravity of war without being consumed by the fear of it. And she remembered my name. With her eloquent, strategic prowess and boldness, I believe that the current family hierarch is well qualified for her position. I also have faith that she will not ill-treat those of lower station than her. She's got the handle of how to treat the heart of the smallest child, and I believe she has the capacity to tend to the hearts of those larger as well. While I would be remiss to judge so quickly, she has shown remarkable change and improvement over a short period of time. I say she is someone of rare talent we mustn't lose so easily. Qi Xijing, Qi Huazhen, Wang Zhao, and Wang Qingchang. Omitted. In the center of all kinds of fun, entertaining events in the world as I lost and gained. As I lost and gained and lost and gained my neck. Just think about the amusement she'll bring as the family hierarch. And even Jupon, who shared his sentiments via a letter, voted against the motion of no confidence. Like I said, a mere formality. A state of crisis specifically refers to a situation in which the family hierarch is unable to perform their duties or is affected by serious physical or mental impairment. I am both sound of mind and body, and I can handle all duties appertaining to the seat of the family hierarch, which means that your services are no longer needed here. Not that they ever were, big sister. Don't you think you've more than overstayed your welcome by now? Here I was wondering what you were doing with this ragtag group of half-wit nobodies like your brother. I suppose you didn't spend the whole month lounging around. Very well, savor this little victory for a while. I understand that it was a significant endeavor for you to attain it. Be safe on your way home, big sister. Please do watch your health. You've always been a sickly child come winter, haven't you? Remember that the only way is down once you've reached the peak. There goes the perfect opportunity to take control of Hungyuan. Our time shall come. Hungyuan without the Jia Hung worm will fall behind and get crushed under the wheels of progress. Then, nothing. Volga said that he smells no fragrance from me anymore. Don't let that linger on your heart, little Volchai. Crawling in the muck alongside those lonely plebeians must have dulled his senses. Not even useful to you anymore. Volga won't come back. I can't make him come back. I understand that now. At least not. Come with me to Q-Corp. Huh? But even my own family has cast me out. What could I possibly do? Have I not given you my word that I can make him return? The strategies of old say that one must stir trouble in the east and strike from the west. Now that trouble has stirred in H-Corp, they will hardly have the wherewithal to fix their eyes upon the goings of Q-Corp. When the time comes, your fragrance shall spread beyond H-Corp to Bolga. I trust that he will never sit idly by when danger threatens Chi-Chun. I have nothing, or little Bolchai. Even you are blinded to the shadows cast by your own lamplight. Allow me to illuminate what use you may be to me. Worry not. I'm your only remaining light after all, aren't I? You are. With Chi-Chun waiting for us with an oddly bashful look, we prepared for our departure from Donghyun. Given that Mephistopheles still showed no signs of ever coming back, it seemed that we were to be assigned to various odd jobs around this area for a little while, not to mention the news of distortions occurring in H-Corp. Finally leaving this place for real, huh? Chi-Chun will be heading out soon. Yeah, whatever. Get your butts out of here, please. Don't even think about looking back. Chi-Chun exaggeratedly waves her hand to make us leave. Hey, if we ever get the chance... Yeah, fat chance. I'm sure we both had more than our fill of each other for this lifetime. Besides, I'll be too busy to go anywhere for a while anyway. Oh, then... if you ever need our help, our line's always open. Hey, I'm the family hierarch. Who needs those help? Who needs whose help now? Truly wear authority well, now. Speaking of which, still have to stay here in Hungyuan, don't you? Did you find a place to stay? No, not yet. Why don't you just stay here for a little bit, instead of going out there again and risk getting scammed? Yi Hongguan's open, you know. Oh, hi, for real? For all that get out, go away, and don't even think about coming back, seems to me you're pretty sad to see us go, aren't you? Who said that? I'm just extending my generosity and giving you an opportunity to be more efficient. Remember your last attempt at finding a lodging here? The whole building melted away. Anyways, I'll let everyone know that your party is free to enter and leave Dakyuan whenever you want, so use it if you want. After pelting us with that rapid-fire answer without giving us even a second to reply, she whipped around and left to join way. Oh, verily, to be an educator of another was a task most daunting. Must I even teach a proper class? Don't tell me a class consisted of us showing off those figurine collections and forcing the students to sit through another one of them obscure lore summaries. Well, Heath, I sure hope you didn't let Sinclair completely walk all over you. I'm sure Raja didn't totally get shown up in her own area of expertise. Oi! Smoky lass with a penchant for abbreviation. How'd your classes go? You manage to teach him anything, or did you just abbreviate your way through the whole lesson? And speaking of which, don't think I've seen you smoking in a while. No smoking in front of kids. Yeah, no smoking in front of kids. I remember you saying something about how it's totally against common sense to smoke in front of a kid. Speaking of which, you had some awesome tricks up your sleeve, Yoshu. I never thought you'd know how to do things like that. People learn when there's a need. Ever since the classes began, Ryoshu started looking far off into the distance with an odd expression. Sometimes she'd hum a melody we hadn't heard of before. Bummer we didn't get to sit in on each other's classes. It would have been nice to see different sides of everyone. We're gonna have a lot of stuff to talk about once we head back, huh? I really wasn't sure where I could possibly get started. Well, since Chichun's given us the option, let's head back to Yi Hongguan. Seeing them off with a surprising stoicism, my lady. Haven't you been repeatedly eyeing their departure date on the calendar over and over with a look that could just as well be mournful? Gosh, that's because I couldn't wait to get those freeloaders off my back. Oh no, that freeload... Excuse me. Now that their company has departed, I suppose peace shall reign over Dagyuan for a while. My lady, I believe you are now prepared to stand alone against whatever trial that comes your way. Yeah, I know. I also know that I'll carry the lessons they've taught me in my heart for a long, long time. Yeah! What a fun time. What a great minigame. I really liked that. Fantastic. Actually, really great. And look at all this delicious free lunacy we got. That's at least enough for 5 pulls. Then we'll go over here to the reward exchange and grab, I don't know. Well, first I'll grab the rest of these. And then, of course, we'll grab this. Because the spring cultivation ticket is very important. And then we'll grab the rest of them later. Oh, and we've got a new thingy. Hold on. Customize. Special ticket. Oh, look at that. That's adorable. From the luncheon to the battlefield. Oh, it's fun. It's too fun. Oh, there's Mr. Salt. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, and let's, I'll just do those later. What was that other thing that I saw? Did I miss something? Oh, achievements. Achievements! Oh, fun. Raise Kachichin G stat to 800. Huh. Cultivate. Stages. Reward exchange. We'll just go here. Grab this. Thank you. And then this, and then we'll grab the basic one, I guess. Once I get the opportunity, but we'll figure that out later. Still, really fun time. I had a great old time. Let me go see if any of my compatriots are Ashtarimmen. Let's go figure out who's doing what. Here. Oh, to, 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 to. Oh, to, to. Let's go take a look. Bye, Lynn! Thanks for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Let's see here. Who of my compatriots is streaming? Let's take a gander. Well, it looks like that game underscore goblin VT is doing some kind of stick it to the stick man. So I'll tell you what. Why don't we go and how strange. But yes, we'll go and send you off. We'll go and send you off their way. My tender bones. I think I'm gonna order a pizza. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I don't feel like cooking. Also, that it doesn't help that it's a little dark. Wow, it got dark fast. Cheesums. The winter is upon us. But anyway, thank you again for attending, everybody. I do sincerely appreciate it. I'll probably be back tomorrow at an undetermined time with, I don't know, it could be anything. Actually, no, it's probably going to be the Digimon. Yeah. The new Digimon story demo. Because I've been told nothing. I haven't actually heard anything because I haven't been talking to anybody about it. Except for my one friend that likes Digimon, but I don't think he played it yet. But anyway, goodbye, everybody. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ah.